Hi and welcome. I'm Midnight Truth, and it's so nice to have you here tonight, wherever you are right now. Whether you're in bed, lie on the couch, or just looking for a quiet moment, I want you to know this time is for you. Take a deep breath in, and as you breathe out, feel the weight of the day start to fade. Let your mind settle, let your body relax, and let yourself simply be. There's no rush, no pressure, just this calm, quiet moment. If you like, you can close your eyes and imagine yourself in a peaceful place. Maybe it's a cozy room with soft, warm lighting. Or maybe it's under a starry sky, with a gentle breeze brushing against you. Wherever you feel safe and calm, let yourself drift there. I know many of you use these stories to fall asleep. So before we begin, make sure to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time is it there? Tonight's story is gentle and soothing, perfect to carry you into a deep, restful sleep. So settle in, get comfortable, and let's begin. I should have known better than to take the house. It wasn't the price that tipped me off, though it was suspiciously low. It wasn't the way the realtor hesitated before answering my questions, or the way she glanced over her shoulder, as if something might be lurking in the empty rooms. It wasn't even the way the air inside felt thick and stale. Despite the windows having been left open for days, it was a silence. Even in the middle of the day, with the sun streaming through the dusty windows, the house was too quiet. Not the comfortable kind of quiet you'd expect from a secluded countryside home. No, this was a different kind of silence, the kind that pressed against your ears and made you feel like something was listening. But I was desperate. The divorce had taken everything out of me, the house, the savings, my sense of stability. I needed a fresh start, and this house, standing alone at the edge of a dense forest, seemed like the perfect place to start over. Remote enough that I wouldn't have to deal with people, but close enough to town that I wouldn't feel completely isolated. I told myself the unease I felt was just nerves, a new chapter in my life. A little fear was normal. I signed the lease that afternoon. Moving in was easier than expected. I didn't know much, just a few boxes of clothes, some secondhand furniture, and a mattress I had to drag up the creaky staircase myself. The house was old but solid, wooden floors, high ceilings, a clawfoot tub in the upstairs bathroom. It had charm. That first night, I sat in the empty living room, drinking cheap whiskey straight from the bottle. The wind outside howled through the trees, making the windows rattle. But inside, the house was silent. Still, I went to bed feeling oddly drained, as if the house had pulled something out of me. The next morning, I met my neighbor. I was out on the porch, sipping coffee, when I saw her, a thin woman in her 60s, standing at the edge of my yard. She was watching me. "You're the new tenant," she said finally. Her voice was flat, emotionless. "That's me," I said, forcing a smile, trying to settle in. She nodded but didn't move closer. Not many stay long. A cold breeze moved through the trees, making the leaves shiver. I frowned. "What do you mean?" She hesitated, her gaze flicking toward the house. Then, lowering her voice, she said, "There was a man before you, lived here 6 months." I waited for her to continue, but she just shook her head. "What happened?" I asked. She gave a humorless smile. "He left in the middle of the night. Didn't take anything. Just ran." A heavy feeling settled in my stomach. "Why?" She turned to leave, her shoes crunching against the gravel. "You'll see." Then she walked away, disappearing down the dirt road. I stood there for a long time, staring at the empty space where she had been. That night, I heard it, a soft, rhythmic creaking from the ceiling above me. I was lying in bed, half asleep, when the sound made me sit up. It was faint, but unmistakable. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, pacing back and forth across the upstairs hallway. I held my breath, listening. My mind raced, searching for logical explanations. The house settling? A raccoon in the attic? Then the footsteps stopped. For a full minute, the house was silent. And then a soft tap, tap, tap against my bedroom door. My chest tightened. I told myself I was imagining it, that it was the wind, the house, my exhausted mind playing tricks on me. I didn't move, didn't breathe, Minutes passed. Nothing. Eventually, I let out a shaky exhale and rolled onto my side, telling myself it was just the house adjusting to a new occupant. But as I drifted off, I could have sworn I heard something just beyond the door. A whisper, so faint, I almost convinced myself I hadn't heard at all. Let me in. I didn't sleep that night. Even after the whisper faded, I lay frozen in bed, every muscle locked in place. My mind raced through every possible explanation. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe the owl was shifting, or maybe the wind had funneled to the hall just right, creating the illusion of a voice. But deep down, I knew better. By the time dawn crept through the windows, I convinced myself that sleep deprivation was to blame. I was adjusting to a new place. My nerves were shot from the divorce. And the eerie words I thought I heard? Just my exhausted mind turning harmless noises into something sinister. Still, when I opened my bedroom door that morning, my breath caught in my throat. The floor outside my door, where the knocking had come from, was coated in dust. And there, standing out clear as day, were footprints. I stared at them for a long time. They weren't mine. The prints were smaller than my feet, bare, as if someone had been standing outside my door in the middle of the night, waiting. A cold chill crept up my spine. Maybe the previous owner had left a window open somewhere upstairs. Maybe an animal had wandered in. I forced myself to believe that. I cleaned up the prints, pushing down the gnawing discomfort clawing at the edges of my thoughts. It was an old house. Old houses did weird things. That's what I told myself as I went through the motions of unpacking. Setting up the living room, making coffee. That's what I kept repeating in my head, over and over, but something felt wrong. It was a nagging sensation, like I was being watched. Every time I turned a corner or walked into another room, I expected to see someone standing there. The feeling was strongest in the hallway upstairs, the same place I had heard the footsteps. By the time night fell, my nerves were raw. I left every light on. The second night, the sound started earlier. It was subtle at first, a faint creaking above me as I sat in the living room, scrolling aimlessly on my phone. The kind of noise you wouldn't notice unless you were listening for it. Then the pacing began, soft but steady, back and forth. My heart pounded as I stared up at the ceiling. This time, I wasn't half asleep. I wasn't dreaming. I should have left. I should have grabbed my keys and walked out the door. Instead, I forced myself to move, gripping the wooden railing. I climbed the stairs, one slow step at a time. The creaking above me continued, completely unaffected by my approach. The hallway was empty, but the second I stepped onto the landing, the floorboards beneath my feet groaned and the sound above me stopped. I held my breath. Silence. The air was thick, stale, and cold. Too cold. Something about the hallway felt wrong. It was like stepping into a place that had been forgotten. The walls felt closer together. The air heavy with something unseen. Then, without warning, a loud crash from the bedroom at the end of the hall. I jumped, my pulse slamming against my ribs. My first instinct was to run, to get the hell out of there. But something about the way the sound had come from behind a closed door made my stomach twist. Something was in there. I forced myself forward. My fingers trembled as I reached for the knob. It turned too easily. The door swung open. The room was empty. Nothing was out of place. The only thing inside was a tall, antique wardrobe standing against the far wall. My own reflection stared back at me from the dusty mirror attached to it. My face pale, my eyes wide. I swallowed hard. Just the house settling, I told myself. Maybe an old pipe had rattled in the walls. That's when I noticed it. The mirrored surface of the wardrobe was clouded with age, its glass warped and uneven. But even through the distortion, I could see my reflection. And behind me, just over my shoulder, a shadow that wasn't mine. A cold weight dropped into my stomach. I spun around, heart hammering. The room was empty. I whipped back to the mirror. The shadow was gone. I backed out of the room, closing the door with shaking hands. I didn't go back upstairs for the rest of the night. I didn't sleep either. Morning couldn't come fast enough. I left the house before the sun had fully risen, desperate for air, for people, for anything that wasn't the suffocating stillness of that place. I found myself at the only diner in town, sipping burnt coffee and trying to pretend that last night had been some kind of fever dream. That's when I saw her, the same old woman from the day before, the one who had warned me. She was sitting alone at the counter, stirring sugar into her coffee. I didn't hesitate. I slid into the seat next to her. She glanced at me with tired, knowing eyes. "You saw it, didn't you?" My stomach twisted. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. She sighed, setting her spoon down. It always starts the same way. The noises, the footprints, the feeling that you're not alone. A lump formed in my throat. "What is it?" She was silent for a long time. Then, in a voice barely above a whisper, she said, something that never left. A shiver crawled down my spine. I wanted to ask more. I wanted to demand answers. But before I could open my mouth, she stood up and tossed a few crumpled bills onto the counter. She turned to leave but hesitated. Then, without looking at me, she murmured, "You should go before it gets worse." Then she walked out the door, leaving me sitting there, heart pounding, dreading the moment I had to go back. Because deep down I knew it was going to get worse. And I wasn't sure if I would be able to leave before it was too late. I didn't go back right away. Instead, I sat in the diner for hours, sipping coffee that had long gone cold, watching people come and go. Normal people with normal lives, laughing, talking, existing without the weight of something unseen pressing down on them. I envied them. I thought about checking into a motel, but the idea of running, of letting some shadowy thing scare me out of my own home, felt ridiculous. I wasn't crazy. I wasn't haunted. I just needed to prove to myself that there was nothing to be afraid of. By the time I finally pulled into the long, cracked driveway of the house, the sun was beginning to set, casting long, eerie shadows over the porch. I hesitated. The place looked different. Not physically, nothing had changed, but something about it felt heavier, like it was waiting for me. I took a deep breath, shook off the irrational fear creeping into my chest, and stepped inside. The house smelled different. Not bad, but off. A damp, earthy scent clung to the air, like the way a basement smells after a heavy rain. I closed the door behind me, locking out a habit. The house settled with a long, slow creak, the wood shifting as if it were exhaling. I dropped my keys on the kitchen counter and stood there for a moment, listening. Silence. Good. It was just a house. An old, creaky house. And I wasn't going to let it get to me. I went about my night as normally as I could, made dinner, watched some mindless TV, and tried to ignore the lingering sensation of being watched. Everything was fine, until the lights flickered. It was brief, just a quick dimming, and then back to normal. I frowned. I wasn't sure if it was the wiring. This place was ancient, after all, or if my mind was still wound too tight from the night before. I shook it off. But then it happened again. A longer flicker this time. Then a third. Then the overhead light in the living room went out completely. I stared at it, my pulse quickening. Maybe the bulb had just burned out. I reached for my phone to turn on the flashlight, but the second I unlocked the screen, a loud crash upstairs. My breath caught in my throat. It sounded like something had been knocked over. Hard. I swallowed the lump in my throat. No, I wasn't doing this. I wasn't letting myself get spooked by a burned-out light and a falling book or whatever the hell had just made that sound. I grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen drawer and slowly made my way up the stairs. Each step creaked beneath me, the sound stretching into the empty space around me. The hallway felt colder. I shivered, gripping the flashlight tighter. As I approached the bedroom where I had seen the shadow in the mirror, the door was open. I knew I had closed it. I hesitated, my breath coming in shallow, uneven draws. Then, gathering every ounce of courage I had left, I stepped inside. The wardrobe stood exactly where it had before, its mirror clouded with age. But something was different. The doors. One of them was open just an inch, revealing nothing but inky darkness inside. A tight, nauseating dread coiled in my stomach. I raised the flashlight, the beam unsteady in my shaking hand. I reached for the door, paused. I didn't want to open it. Every instinct in my body screamed at me not to, but I had to. I grabbed the edge of the wardrobe door and swung it open. Nothing, just old, empty space. I exhaled a shaky breath, letting out a short, nervous laugh. I was an idiot, a paranoid, sleep-deprived idiot. I turned away, shaking my head at myself, and then I saw it. The mirror, my reflection, stood exactly where it should have been, but it wasn't right. My reflection wasn't moving. I froze. My heart pounded so hard I could hear in my ears. I lifted my hand. My reflection did not. Cold terror crashed through me. Then it tilted its head, not like a normal movement, not like a delayed reflection. It was slow, unnatural, and then in the dim glow of my flashlight, its lips curled into a grin. I stumbled back, a strangled sound catching in my throat. I blinked, and in that split second, it was gone. My own reflection was back, staring at me with wide, terrified eyes. I turned and bolted from the room, slamming the door behind me. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't even try. I sat in the living room, every light in the house blazing, my hands curled into fists to stop them from shaking. Something was wrong with this house, and I wasn't sure if I would make it out before I found out exactly what. I didn't step foot upstairs for the rest of the night. Instead, I stayed on the couch, every light in the house blazing, a dull headache forming behind my eyes. My body was exhausted, but my mind wouldn't let me rest. Every time my eyelids drooped, the memory of that reflection, its unnatural grin, its delayed movements, flashed in my head like a sick, distorted film reel. I told myself I'd imagined it, that I was sleep-deprived, on edge, and my brain had simply tricked me. But I knew that was a lie, because at some point, maybe around 3 a.m, I heard it. A single, deliberate creak from the second floor. My stomach dropped. I held my breath, every muscle in my body locking into place. Silence. Maybe I had imagined that too. Then, another creak. Closer. Asterisk, asterisk. A floorboard shifting underweight. Under footsteps. I sat frozen on the couch, gripping the blanket draped over my lap, as if it could shield me from whatever was up there. Another step. I thought I would hear it come down the stairs. That any second now, it would reach the landing and I would see it standing there, watching. But the next sound wasn't footsteps. It was breathing. A slow, ragged inhale. And it was coming from directly above me. Right above the living room. Right above where I sat. I forced myself to look up at the ceiling. Nothing. Just the wooden beams. The soft glow of the lights casting warm pools across the surface. But I could still hear it. That slow, deep inhale. Then an exhale. Like something was standing just beyond my line of sight. Just out of reach. Waiting for me to acknowledge it. I clenched my teeth, forcing myself to move. To do something other than just sit there like a helpless idiot. I stood up. The moment I did, the breathing stopped. The silence stretched thin, taut like the moment right before a crash. I didn't wait. I grabbed my keys, shoved my feet into my shoes, and walked straight out the front door. The early morning air was crisp, the sky shifting from deep black to a muted gray. I didn't have a destination. I just walked. My limbs were trembling from exhaustion, my hands ice cold from gripping my car keys too tightly. The town was still asleep, except for one house. A single porch light was on, illuminating an old man sitting in a wooden rocking chair. He was wrapped in a thick wool coat, a cigarette dangling from his fingers. He looked up as I passed, his eyes sharp and watchful. I don't know what compelled me to stop. Maybe it was the way he was looking at me, like he already knew why I was out here. "You're staying in the old house, aren't you?" His voice was rough, like someone who had smoked for decades. I swallowed hard, my mouth dry. "Yeah." He nodded slowly, tapping ash from his cigarette. Figured as much. I hesitated. "Why?" The old man took a long drag before speaking again. People don't last long there. I shivered, not from a cold, but from something deeper. "What do you mean?" He didn't answer right away. Instead, he stared out into the dark street, his expression unreadable. Then he said, Last guy who lived there came running out in the middle of the night, barefoot, didn't take his car, didn't take his wallet, just ran. My skin prickled. Where'd he go? The old man flicked his cigarette into the street. No one knows. Cops found his car still parked out front. House was locked from the inside, but he was just gone. A cold weight settled in my stomach. Before him, I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The old man exhaled through his nose, rocking back in his chair. Couple. They left after 6 months. Told the landlord something was wrong with the place, that they didn't feel safe. I licked my dry lips, and before them, he turned to look at me then, his gaze heavy, like he was deciding whether or not to tell me. Finally, he said, "That house has been turning people away for years." I felt my pulse in my throat. What happened there? He didn't answer right away. Then, in a low voice, he said, "Some things don't like to be disturbed." A chill ran down my spine. I wanted to ask more, but something about the way he said it, the quiet finality in his tone, made me hesitate. So I just nodded, muttered a thank you, and walked away. I didn't go back home right away. I wandered the streets for another hour, waiting for the sun to fully rise, waiting for the fear in my chest to loosen its grip. But even as daylight spilled over the horizon, warming the town in soft gold light, I knew the house was waiting for me. And whatever was in it, it wasn't done with me yet. I didn't want to go back, but I had no choice. I couldn't just abandon my things, leave everything behind like the last guy, whoever he was. I told myself I was stronger than that I wasn't going to let a few creaks and a bad night of sleep scare me away. So, after wandering the streets for hours, I finally returned home. I stepped inside cautiously, my fingers gripping the keys tightly. The house was silent. It looked exactly the same as I had left it. No overturned furniture, no signs of break-in, no footprints trailing down from the second floor. Sunlight streamed into the windows, casting warm, golden light across the wooden floors. Nothing felt wrong, and yet I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me. I locked the door behind me, forcing myself to move, to go about my day like normal. I made coffee, showered, even turned on the TV for background noise. Anything to push away the memory of that slow, ragged breathing from last night. But no matter what I did, I couldn't ignore the one thought that had been circling my brain since my conversation with the old man. What had happened here? I needed answers, and I knew exactly where to start. The town library was small, tucked between an old bakery and a hardware store that looked like it hadn't updated its inventory since the 80s. A bell jingled as I stepped inside, the smell of dust and aged paper washing over me. Behind the front desk sat a woman in her 60s, peering over a pair of thin reading glasses. She gave me a polite but curious smile. "Can I help you?" I hesitated. How exactly was I supposed to phrase this? Asterisk A. Do you have any books on the history of my house? Maybe something about past tenants going crazy? Asterisk. Instead, I cleared my throat and said, "I just moved into a house on Sycamore Street, the old one near the woods. I was wondering if you had any information about it." Her smile faded. Her hand stilled over the book she'd been flipping through. For a long moment, she just looked at me. Then, finally, she nodded. "Follow me." She led me through a narrow aisle to the back of the library, where old newspaper archives were stored. Thick binders, yellow clippings, and brittle documents stacked neatly in rows. She pulled one out, flipping through it until she found what she was looking for. Then she handed me the open binder. The first thing I saw was a photograph of my house. Not a modern one. An old photograph taken decades ago. The house looked newer, but something about it felt off. The windows were completely dark, as if the house itself was staring. Below the photo was a headline: "Local professor missing after strange incident in home." My stomach clenched. I read on. The article was from the 1970s. It detailed the story of a man named Dr. Alan Whitaker, a professor at the local university who had been researching the occult. According to the article, Whitaker had become obsessed with ancient rituals, specifically ones that involved communicating with spirits. He believed the house, which he had recently moved into, was an ideal location for his experiments. But then things took a turn. Neighbors reported seeing him less and less. He stopped going to work. And then one night, a neighbor heard screaming. By the time the police arrived, Whitaker was gone. His house was locked from the inside. His belongings were untouched. And the only thing they found was a journal sitting open on his desk. The last entry read, asterisk, I have made contact, but it is not what I expected. It is watching me now. I hear it breathing. I see in the mirror, but it is not me. I fear I have invited something into this house, and it does not want to leave. Asterisk, a chill crawled down my spine. I looked up at the librarian. Her face was unreadable. You should move, she said quietly. I swallowed hard, the weight of the words pressing down on me. What happened after that? Did they ever find him? She shook her head. No, he was never seen again. I closed the binder. I wanted to leave, to forget all of this, but I couldn't because I had heard the breathing too. And if Dr. Whitaker had been right, if something had been invited into that house, then maybe it wasn't done looking for someone to talk to. I didn't go straight home. Instead, I stopped at a diner, ordered a coffee, and stared blankly at the tabletop, trying to make sense of what I had just read. I kept telling myself the same things. It was an old house. Old houses made noises. People go missing all the time. None of this meant anything. But deep down, I didn't believe that. I knew what I had heard. And worse, I knew what I had seen. That thing in the mirror. That delay in its movement. It was subtle, but it was real. And now, with this new information, I couldn't ignore the thought taking root in my mind. What if Dr. Whitaker wasn't the last person to see something in that house? What if I wasn't either? I forced myself to go back home before dark. The air felt heavy as I stepped inside, like the house was waiting for me. I turned on every light. The silence felt oppressive. I kept my eyes averted from the mirrors. I told myself I would leave, that I just needed a little time to figure out where to go, what to do. I'd sleep on the couch again. I'd keep the lights on. And in the morning, I'd pack my things and leave this place behind. At least, that's what I planned. But that night, it didn't let me sleep, because as I lay there, staring at the ceiling, trying to keep my breathing steady, I heard it, not just the creaking, not just the footsteps, but something else, something worse. A whisper, right by my ear. Asterisk, stay. Asterisk. I bolted upright, my heart slamming against my ribs. The room was empty, but I wasn't alone. I could feel it, and for the first time since moving in, I knew, without a doubt, the house wanted me here, and it wasn't going to let me go. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt it, a presence, a weight pressing down on the room. The air was thick, unmoving. The house felt different now, like it had finally shown me its true nature, and I knew, without a doubt, that I wasn't alone. The whisper had been real. It wasn't just my imagination. Something had spoken to me. Something wanted me here. But why? The thought rattled inside my skull as I sat on the couch, my knees pulled up to my chest, my ears straining for any sound beyond my own breathing. The house was quiet now, but the silence wasn't comforting. It was a kind of silence that made you listen harder, that made you question whether the absence of noise was deliberate, like something was waiting for you to let your guard down. I wasn't going to wait for whatever was in this house to make its next move. I needed to leave. Now, morning came slow. The first pale streaks of light bled through the windows, casting long shadows across the wooden floor. I stood up, every muscle in my body aching from being so tense. My head throbbed from lack of sleep, but I didn't care. I had to get out. I grabbed my phone, my keys, and my wallet. I didn't even bother packing my things. I just needed to leave. But as I reached the front door, my hand froze on the knob. Something felt wrong. A strange, unsettling pull in my gut, like something was pressing back against me. I swallowed hard and twisted the handle. It didn't move. I tried again, harder this time. It wouldn't budge. Panic shot through me. I jiggled the handle, yanked at the door. It was locked, but not in a normal way. Asterisk, not like a key had turned the bolt. Asterisk, it felt stuck, like something on the other side was holding it shut. My breath hitched. No, no, this wasn't happening. I ran to the windows, fingers trembling as I fumbled with the latches. I yanked, pushed, tried to pry them open. They wouldn't move. It was as if the entire house had sealed itself shut. I was trapped. I staggered back, heart pounding so hard I thought my ribs might crack. This wasn't real. This couldn't be real. I forced myself to breathe, to think. There had to be another way out. The back door, the basement, a window upstairs. I sprinted through the house, checking every possible exit. Every single one was locked. Not just locked, asterisk, asterisk held, asterisk, asterisk, as if something, some force, had wrapped itself around the house and decided I wasn't leaving. Asterisk, stay. Asterisk, the whisper from last night echoed in my head, and a cold wave of terror crashed over me. I wasn't imagining this. The house wanted me here, and it wasn't letting me go. I don't know how long I stood there, staring at the bolted front door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Minutes, maybe hours. The daylight didn't make me feel safer. In fact, it made everything worse, because now, in the quiet stillness of morning, I could feel something I hadn't noticed before. It was watching me. I couldn't see it, but I felt it, a presence, coiled in the corners of the house, hiding just beyond my sight. Every time I moved, it moved too. Every time I turned my head, I felt it shift just out of view. I wasn't alone. Not anymore. And I was beginning to think I never had been. I tried to call for help. My hand shook as I grabbed my phone, dialing 911. The call wouldn't go through. No ringing. No static. Just silence, like the house itself was blocking it. I tried again. And again. Nothing. Panic clawed at my throat. I needed to do something. I couldn't just sit here, waiting for whatever had sealed me inside to make its next move. I had to understand what I was dealing with. And I had an idea of where to start. Dr. Whitaker's journal. I needed to find it. I tore through the house, opening drawers, cabinets, flipping through bookshelves. If the police had found it back then, they had probably taken it as evidence. But what if they hadn't? What if it was still here? What if the house had kept it? I searched everywhere. Nothing. The last place to check was the attic. The thought of going up there made my skin crawl, but I had no choice. I grabbed a flashlight, my pulse hammering as I pulled down the creaky attic ladder. Dust rained down, filling the air with a scent of old wood and decay. I climbed up slowly, my breath tight in my chest. The attic was suffocatingly dark, the air thick and stagnant. Boxes were stacked haphazardly, covered in layers of dust. I stepped forward and froze. In the farthest corner, nearly buried under old crates, was a desk. A single chair sat in front of it, and on the desk was a book, a thick leather-bound journal. My stomach twisted. This was it, Dr. Whitaker's final record. I stepped closer, reaching out with a trembling hand. As soon as my fingers brushed the cover, the attic door slammed shut. I gasped, whirling around. Darkness swallowed the room. The flashlight flickered. And then, footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming from somewhere in the attic. I wasn't alone. Something was up here with me. I gripped the journal and backed against the wall, my heart pounding in my ears. The footsteps stopped. Silence. And then, a whisper right next to me. Asterisk, you shouldn't have come here. Asterisk, I didn't think. I ran. I don't even remember how I got out of the attic. One moment I was trapped, and the next I was falling, tumbling down the ladder, the journal clutched to my chest. I hit the floor hard, gasping for breath. The house was different now. The walls felt closer, the air heavier, like the house itself was breathing. I didn't waste another second. I bolted into the living room, flipped open the journal, and began reading. And the first line on the first page nearly made me vomit. Asterisk, if you are reading this, then the house has chosen you too. Asterisk. I clenched my jaw, forcing myself to keep going. Whitaker's entries started normal. Detailed notes about his research. Then they became frantic. Desperate, he wrote about hearing things, about seeing things in the mirrors that weren't him. about something in the house that wouldn't let him leave. And then, the final entry, scrawled messily across the last page. Asterisk, I was wrong. It was never about talking to the dead. It was about bringing something here. And now it's here. And it wants me to stay. Asterisk, my blood turned to ice. A floorboard creaked behind me. I turned, and in the dim reflection of the hallway mirror, something moved. Something that wasn't me. And then, it smiled. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I couldn't even breathe. The reflection in the mirror wasn't mine. It was something else. It had my shape, my outline, my posture. But the face was wrong. The eyes were too deep, too hollow. The mouth curved just a little too much, stretching at the corners in a way no human mouth ever should. And it was smiling, but I wasn't. I stood frozen, my pulse hammering so hard it made my head spin. Then, without a sound, the reflection tilted its head. Not a normal tilt. A slow, unnatural, almost curious tilt. Like it was studying me. Like it was waiting. Then, it lifted its hand and waved. I stumbled back, crashing into the coffee table. The journal slipped from my fingers, landing with a heavy thud on the floor. I scrambled to my feet, my eyes locked on the mirror. The reflection hadn't moved, but the smile had widened. I bolted. I ran into the kitchen, sucking in deep, panicked breaths. The room felt smaller than before, the walls pressing in, the ceiling lowering. No, that was impossible. I was losing it. I had to get out. I had to get out now. I grabbed the nearest object, a heavy cast iron pan, and charged back into the living room. The mirror was still there. The thing inside was still smiling. Without thinking, I swung the pan. Glass exploded in every direction, shards raining onto the floor, bouncing off the walls. The room trembled with the impact, as if the house itself had felt it. I braced myself, expecting something to happen, some kind of reaction. But there was nothing, just silence. I let out a shaky breath. Maybe, asterisk, maybe I imagined it. Maybe I just, asterisk. Then, from deep within the house, I heard laughter. No. I ran. I didn't know where I was going. I just ran. Through the hallway, up the stairs, down another corridor that felt longer than it should have been. The house was shifting, changing. The corners were darker. The air was thicker. The floor groaned beneath my weight, almost like it was alive. Then I saw it. A door, one I hadn't noticed before. It stood at the end of the hallway, slightly ajar, an inky blackness spilling from the crack like a wound in the house itself. Something about it sent a cold shudder through me, but I had no choice. I stepped forward. The door creaked as I pushed it open, and inside was the basement. That didn't make sense. I hadn't gone downstairs. I was on the second floor, but somehow I was here. A single light bulb flickered weakly above me, casting long, spindly shadows that seemed to crawl along the stone walls. The air was damp, rotten, and the smell, oh God, the smell, like something long dead, was sitting just out of sight. My stomach turned. I needed to get out. I turned back toward the door, but there was no door. The wall behind me was solid brick. I was trapped. A sharp click echoed through the basement. The light bulb went out, and in the pitch-black darkness, something breathed. I backed against the wall, pressing my hands against the cold stone. My breath came in sharp, shallow gasps. The air was so thick, so dense, it felt like something was moving in it. Then, footsteps, slow, deliberate, coming closer. I clenched my jaw, forcing myself to stay still. The darkness was absolute. I couldn't see a damn thing, but I could hear it. The faint scuff of something dragging across the floor, the quiet intake of breath. And then, a voice, low, whispered, right next to my ear. Asterisk, you broke the mirror. Asterisk, a cold hand gripped my wrist. I screamed. The light flicked on. The basement was empty. No one was there, but my wrist was burning. I looked down, my stomach twisting into a knot. Black marks wrapped around my skin, like fingerprints, like something had held me. The air shifted. I felt it again. That presence, watching, waiting. And then I knew I wasn't just trapped in this house. I was marked. I wasn't getting out. Not unless the house let me. And I had a sinking feeling. It never would. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the corner of my bedroom, knees pulled to my chest, staring at the door. Every creak, every whisper wind against the windows made my heart pound. The air felt wrong, charged, as if something unseen was pressing in from all sides. My wrist throbbed where the marks had appeared. I traced my fingers over them, feeling the ridges, the slight burn. They weren't bruises. They weren't scratches. They were something else. Something unnatural. I had made a mistake. I had broken the mirror. And whatever had been inside of it was now loose. A thought I couldn't shake pressed into my mind. What if it wasn't just watching me anymore? What if it was waiting for me to fall asleep? I didn't risk it. I stayed awake. And as the hours bled into morning, the house settled into silence. The thick, oppressive air lifted slightly, though not completely. I could still feel something lingering, but it was distant now. Waiting. I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to find a way out. The morning light did little to ease my nerves. It felt wrong somehow, though, as if the house was absorbing it. I stepped cautiously down the stairs, feeling the weight of the night still pressing against me. The mirror was shattered, the shards glinting like jagged teeth on the wooden floor. I was about to grab a broom when I stopped. Something was written on the largest shard. I crouched down, my breath catching in my throat. There, in the dust and reflection, words had appeared, scratched into the glass. You let it in. My stomach twisted. I shoved the shards into a trash bag and took them outside, dumping them into bin, as if that would somehow erase what had happened. The cold air bit my skin, but I barely felt it. I needed answers, and I knew exactly who to ask. Mrs. Winslow answered on the third knock. She peered at me through the crack of her door, her sharp eyes scanning my face. "You look like hell," she said flatly. I didn't have the energy to argue. "I need to know about this house," I said, my voice hoarse. "Everything you know. No more vague warnings. No more riddles. What happened here?" Her lips pressed into a thin line. She sighed, stepping back and gesturing for me to come in. Her house smelled like lavender and old books, a stark contrast to the decaying scent that had seeped into mine. She led me to a small, cluttered living room and motioned for me to sit. "I hoped you wouldn't dig too deep," she muttered, pouring herself a cup of tea. But I suppose it was only a matter of time. I clenched my hands into fists. "Mrs. Winslow, please." She took a slow sip before setting her cup down. Then she looked at me, her expression unreadable. "You ever hear about Harold Whitaker?" I shook my head. She sighed. "He was the first owner of your house. Built it himself back in the early 1900s. But Harold, he wasn't a normal man. He had an obsession with the other side." A chill crawled up my spine. "He believed there were things beyond the veil of our world," she continued. "Things watching us, waiting. He spent years studying rituals, ancient texts, anything that might help him break through. And one day he did." She looked at me, her fingers tightening around her teacup. "But he did let something out," she whispered. "He let something in." The air in the room felt suddenly thicker. "What happened to him?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. She exhaled. "No one knows for sure. One night, the neighbors heard screaming from the house. When they finally broke down the door, he was gone. The only thing left behind was his journal and a shattered mirror in the basement." A pit formed in my stomach. "A mirror," I repeated. She nodded. "They say he used it as a door, a way to communicate with whatever was on the other side. But something went wrong. And after that night, well, people who lived there never stayed for long." I swallowed hard. "Why?" Mrs. Winslow leaned forward. "Because whatever came through that mirror never left." I left her house in a daze. My head spun with everything she'd told me. Harold Whitaker, the mirror, the thing that had crossed over. And now I had shattered the only thing keeping it contained. I had to find that journal. If it was still in the house, it might be the only way to stop this, or at least understand it. I stepped back inside, the air instantly heavier. Something had changed. The house felt different, more aware. I forced myself forward, down the hallway, toward the basement door. It was locked, but I knew how to get in. I retrieved the old key from the drawer and slowly turned it in the lock. The door creaked open. The basement was darker than before. The light bulb flickered weakly, barely holding on. The air smelled of damp wood and something else, something rotting. I took careful steps downward, my fingers trailing the wall for balance. The journal had to be here. It had to. A noise, a whisper. My pulse spiked. I turned, every muscle in my body tensing. The air shifted, and from the shadows, something moved. A shape, tall, unnatural, watching me. The whispering grew louder, a chorus of voices overlapping, pressing into my skull. I stumbled back, knocking over a stack of boxes. Dust billowed into the air. And then I saw it, tucked behind a rotting wooden crate. An old leather-bound book, Harold's journal. I grabbed it, my hand shaking. The second my fingers touched the cover, the whispering stopped. The basement went silent. And then, right next to my ear, a voice, low, cold. You shouldn't have done that. I turned. The last thing I saw was a hand, blackened, elongated fingers, reaching for my throat. And then everything went dark. I woke up gasping for air. My throat burned as if something had been wrapped around it, squeezing, crushing. My body ached like I had been thrown across the room. The air was damp, thick with dust, and my head spun as I tried to orient myself. The basement. I was still in the basement. The journal lay beside me, its leather cover smeared with dust. It looked ancient, the edges brittle, pages yellow with time. I scrambled back, pressing myself against the wall, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts. I could still feel it. That thing, whatever had been down here with me, had I passed out? Had it let me go? I didn't want to think about why. A deep, cold fear settled into my bones. I had the journal now. But at what cost? I didn't leave the house. I should have. I should have run the second I got up those stairs. But something inside me told me that it wouldn't matter. Whatever had been inside that mirror, whatever Harold Whitaker had brought into this world, asterisk, asterisk, it was attached to me now. Asterisk, asterisk. Leaving wouldn't change anything. So I sat at my kitchen table, the journal in front of me, hands trembling as I flipped open the cover. The first page held a single sentence, scrawled in dark ink. To see beyond the veil is to invite what lies behind it. I swallowed hard and turned the page. The entries were dated, beginning in the early 1920s. Harold Whitaker had been meticulous in his writing, documenting his thoughts, his experiments, his descent into obsession. At first, it seemed innocent. He wrote about the supernatural, his theories on what existed beyond human perception. He described the house as a conduit, a place where the boundaries between this world and the next were thinner. But then, the entries changed. He began speaking of something he called the Watcher, a presence in the house. At first, it was just glimpses, a shadow in the corner of his eye, a flicker of movement in the mirror. He dismissed it as paranoia, but then it started speaking to him. I hear it at night, he wrote. A voice in the darkness, whispering my name. It tells me things I shouldn't know. It promises me knowledge, power. But at what price? My stomach twisted. I turned the page. The mirror is the key, one entry read. It is not just glass. It is a doorway, a thin veil between our world and theirs. And when I speak, it listens. My hands shook as I flipped through the entries. They became more erratic, the handwriting frantic. It wants me to let it in. It shows me things, visions, nightmares. It tells me it can give me what I seek. I turned another page and stopped. The words were scrawled in thick, dark ink, written over and over again, covering the entire page. Do not break the mirror. My heart nearly stopped. The mirror, the one I had shattered, I stared at the words, a cold dread seeping into my bones. Harold had trapped it, whatever it was. He had used a mirror to contain it, and I had set it free. A noise echoed through the house. A slow, deliberate footstep. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. Another step, closer. The air in the room shifted. The temperature dropped, an icy chill creeping over my skin. I wasn't alone. Something was here, watching me. I forced myself to move, my body sluggish, my limbs heavy with fear. I grabbed a journal and stumbled to my feet, backing away from the kitchen table. The sound came again, a slow, dragging step. I turned my head and saw it, a shadow standing at the edge of the hallway. It wasn't just darkness. It was something wearing the dark, a shape that wasn't quite human. Its limbs were too long, its fingers curled, reaching. No eyes, but I knew it was looking at me. The air pressed around me, suffocating, heavy. A deep, thrumming sound filled my ears like a low, distant hum. And then it moved, a blur of black rushing toward me. I ran. I didn't think, didn't hesitate. I turned and bolted up the stairs, my feet barely touching the ground. It was behind me. I could hear it, feel it, the weight of its presence pressing against my back. I threw myself into my bedroom and slammed the door, locking it. My hands trembled as I pressed my weight against it, my chest heaving. Silence. I strained to hear. Nothing. The air was still, too still. I stepped back, my pulse hammering, and then, slowly, a hand pressed against the door. Fingers curled, long and black, stretching over the wood. I choked on a scream, stumbling backward, and then the door creaked open. By itself, darkness stretched beyond it, and in the center of that darkness, it stood there, tall, silent, waiting. The journal slipped from my hands, and then the lights flickered, once, twice, before dying completely. Darkness swallowed the room, and the last thing I heard, before everything went black, was my own name, spoken in a voice that was not my own. I don't remember losing consciousness, but I remember waking up. I was on the floor. My body ached, my limbs stiff and unresponsive. The room was pitch black, the air thick and stale, pressing against my skin like a suffocating weight. Something was wrong. I could feel it. The silence wasn't empty. It was watching me. My breath was shallow as I pushed myself up, my hands scraping against the wooden floor. My mind was sluggish, disoriented, like I had been somewhere else and only just returned. The door, it was open, but I hadn't opened it. A deep chill crawled up my spine. I forced my legs to move, stepping forward with slow, hesitant movements. The hallway stretched ahead of me, shrouded in darkness. But something was different. The house felt wrong. It was the same place, the same creaking floor beneath my feet, the same scent of old wood and dust lingering in the air. Asterisk, asterisk, but it wasn't. Asterisk, asterisk. The walls felt closer, the shadows thicker. The air had a strange weight to it, as if something unseen was pressing down on me. I swallowed hard and took another step. And then the whispering started. Low, distant murmurs, threading through the darkness like voices bleeding through the walls. I turned my head, trying to locate the sound. It was everywhere and nowhere, shifting, moving. I wasn't alone. Something was here, watching, waiting. I reached the staircase, my breath hitching as my foot touched the first step. The house groaned around me, the air growing heavier, thicker, almost alive. And then, a sound from below, a chair scraping against the floor. The kitchen. I held my breath. Another sound. Footsteps. Slow, heavy, moving toward the stairs. I backed up instinctively, my heartbeat hammering in my ears. And then, from the blackness below, a voice. Soft, mocking, too familiar. It said my name. I didn't wait. I turned and ran. My hands fumbled for the light switch as I stumbled into the bathroom, slamming the door behind me. My breath came in shallow gasps, my body trembling as I flicked the switch. The bulb flickered. Once, twice, then died. A deep, crawling dread wrapped around my chest. I gripped the counter, forcing myself to focus. The mirror, my reflection stared back at me, wide-eyed, disheveled, barely recognizable. Shadows clung to my face, making my features look stretched, distorted. I wasn't alone. I felt it before I saw it. A presence behind me. I didn't want to look, but I had to. Slowly, my eyes shifted to the mirror's reflection, and there, standing behind me, was me. But it wasn't. The reflection smiled. I didn't. A slow, twisted grin that stretched too wide, revealing teeth that were too sharp, too white, and its eyes, completely black. My breath hitched. It tilted its head, still grinning. I couldn't move. Then, it spoke. In my voice. Let me out. My vision blurred. The room tilted. My head pounded. My pulse roaring in my ears. I staggered back, slamming into the door. My reflection didn't move. It stayed rooted, grinning, those dark, endless eyes boring into me. And then, slowly, it reached forward, not in the reflection, but from the mirror. A hand, too long, too thin, pushed through the glass, stretching toward me. The surface rippled like water. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. Then, the lights flickered back on, and it was gone. I don't remember leaving the bathroom. I don't remember moving at all. But I was back in my bedroom, the journal in my hands, my fingers trembling as I turned the pages. I knew now. I understood. The mirror had been a prison. Harold Whitaker had trapped something inside, and I had set it free. I turned to the last entry in the journal. The handwriting was frantic, uneven, as if written in desperation. It is not a ghost. It is not a demon. It is a reflection of the self. Twisted, hollow, empty. It wears your skin. It whispers your thoughts. And once it is free, asterisk, asterisk, the writing stopped. A thick, jagged line of ink trailed off the page, like someone had been interrupted. A chill settled into my bones. A single thought echoed in my mind. Harold Whitaker never left this house. I closed the journal, my hand shaking, and from the hallway, a soft, familiar voice whispered, "Let me in." The voice was right outside my door. I sat frozen on the bed, my body rigid, my fingers clutching the journal so tightly the edges cut into my skin. The voice had been mine, a perfect echo, soft and pleading, like someone trying to coax me into opening the door. But I knew better. I had seen its face. I had seen it smile. The air in the room felt different now, thicker. It carried a strange, humming pressure, as if the walls themselves were straining to contain something. And then, tap, 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 asterisk, asterisk. Knuckles rapped lightly against the wood. A slow, deliberate knock. I swallowed hard, my throat dry, my skin cold with sweat. I didn't answer. Silence. And then, the doorknob twisted. I sucked in a sharp breath, every muscle in my body locking up as I watched it turn, creaking softly, testing. It wasn't locked. I had been so caught up in the journal, so lost in my own fear, that I had forgotten to lock the door. I lunged for it, but the second my feet touched the floor, it turned all the way. The door swung open, and standing there was me, but not me, the other version of me, the one I had seen in the mirror. Its black, empty eyes glistened, its lips stretching into that same unnatural grin. "Why do you look so scared?" it whispered, tilting its head. My breath hitched. It took a step forward. I took a step back. It moved exactly as I did, mirroring me in perfect synchronization. I could feel the air around it. Asterisk, asterisk wrong, unnatural, hungry, asterisk, asterisk. "You let me out," it whispered, still smiling. "Don't you remember?" My back hit the far wall. It kept advancing, slow, patient, as if savoring the moment. And then it reached out a hand. "Come back," it said. A sharp, dizzying pressure stabbed through my skull. My vision blurred. A wave of nausea hit me so hard I almost collapsed. The world tilted. Images, memories, flooded my mind, but they weren't mine. They were his. Trapped, alone, inside the glass, screaming, banging, pleading to be let out, for years, decades. And now, it was free. I clenched my teeth, shaking my head, trying to block it out. "Leave me alone," I whispered. Its expression didn't change. "That's what he said too," it murmured before I took his place. A wave of horror crashed over me. Harold Whitaker hadn't disappeared. He had been switched, replaced. My stomach twisted. I couldn't let it happen to me. I had to fight. I had to. The room shifted. The walls seemed to bend, warping like a heat wave. I blinked rapidly, my vision swimming. The mirror. It was still there, hanging on the wall just past my doppelganger. The prison. The only thing that could hold it. I forced myself to move. I ran. It lunged after me. Its fingers barely grazed my wrist as I dove past it. I grabbed the mirror. The glass was cold. Not like normal glass. Asterisk, asterisk, freezing, biting, alive. Asterisk, asterisk. N.O., the thing behind me shrieked, its voice twisting into something inhuman. I didn't hesitate. With all the strength I had left, I tilted the mirror toward it. The second its reflection appeared in the glass, it screamed. The sound was raw, agonized like metal scraping against bone. The mirror rippled. The thing flailed, its form distorting, unraveling, twisting into a shifting mass of darkness. "Please," it begged. "I don't want to go back." The mirror pulled, sucked the thing in. Its limbs stretched, its body contorted. Its mouth opened wide in a soundless scream. And then it was gone. The glass smoothed over, silent and still. The weight and the air vanished. Everything went still. I collapsed to the floor, gasping, my chest heaving. It was over. I had won. Or so I thought. Because then, a crack appeared on the surface of the mirror. And beneath the glass, something moved. I couldn't breathe. My body refused to move as I stared at the mirror. Something inside it was moving. At first, it was just a faint shimmer beneath the glass, like the surface of a pond disturbed by a breeze. But then shapes started to form. Hands, pale, skeletal fingers pressing against the other side, pushing. A deep, slow crack splintered across the mirror, the sound of breaking ice in the dead of winter. No, 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 no. This wasn't supposed to happen. I had trapped it. I had won. I scrambled backward, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. The air in the room shifted. The temperature plummeted. My breath came out in white mist. And then the whispering started. It wasn't alone. The voices curled through the air, some high-pitched, others deep and guttural, all overlapping in a frantic, hissing chorus. Asterisk, help us. Asterisk, asterisk, let us out. Asterisk, asterisk, trade places with us. Asterisk. My hands flew to my ears, but it didn't help. The voices weren't just in the room. They were in my head. The cracks in the mirror spread, crawling like black veins. Behind them, shadows shifted. I had made a mistake. A terrible, terrible mistake. The mirror wasn't just a prison. It was a door, and I had opened it. The glass buckled. A deep, guttural moan rattled through the room as the cracks widened. I had to get out. I lunged to the door, my fingers fumbling with the knob. It wouldn't turn. Locked. I didn't remember locking it. I yanked harder, my breath coming in sharp, panicked gasps. Behind me, something stepped out of the mirror. I felt it. The air thickened. The floorboards groaned under its weight. I didn't want to turn around. I couldn't, but I had to. Slowly, I turned my head and saw them, not just the doppelganger. There were more, pale, gaunt figures with sunken eyes and twisted smiles. Some had missing fingers. Some had holes where their eyes should have been. Their skin was too tight, stretched over their bones like dried leather, and they were all looking at me, smiling. I slammed my fist against the door. "Let me out!" I screamed. The figures moved. Not walking, asterisk, asterisk, gliding, asterisk, asterisk. Their bodies blurred at the edges, shifting like smoke. They whispered as they advanced. Asterisk, come with us. Asterisk, asterisk, join us. Asterisk, Asterisk, you belong here. Asterisk, I was going to die. No, asterisk, asterisk worse. Asterisk, asterisk. I was going to end up like them. Trapped, forgotten, lost behind the glass, just like Harold Whitaker. A hand brushed my shoulder. I spun around, my back hitting the door. The doppelganger stood inches away, its face just like mine, except the eyes. Black, empty. You let me out, it whispered. Now it's your turn. Its hands lunged for me. I did the only thing I could. I ducked and ran, straight toward the mirror. If it was a door out, then it had to be a door in. I didn't have a plan. I didn't know what would happen. But I had one last desperate thought. Maybe I could close it. I threw myself forward, arms outstretched. And the second my hands hit the glass, the world flipped. I fell through the mirror, through cold, suffocating darkness. And then, silence. I opened my eyes. I was in my bedroom, alone. The mirror was whole again, not a single crack on its surface. Had it worked? I sat up slowly, my head pounding. The air felt normal again. No whispers, no shadows, no cold. It was over. I let out a shaky breath. A small, nervous laugh bubbled up in my throat. I had survived. I had. Then I saw the reflection, and my stomach dropped because the person in the mirror didn't move. I raised a trembling hand. The reflection stared at me, smiling, and I realized I was the one trapped now. The figure on the other side turned away, walked to the door, and left the room, leaving me behind, forever. Story 2. I never thought I'd find myself living alone in a house like this. The kind of place that feels like it's watching you, waiting for something. But at the time, it seemed like a fresh start. The house was old, older than I would have liked. A 2-story Victorian-style home with peeling paint and a slanted porch, sitting at the end of a quiet street. The kind of house you'd expect to see in an old photograph, forgotten by time. I had found it through a local real estate listing, cheap enough that it almost felt too good to be true. The previous owner had left in a hurry, but I didn't ask too many questions. I was recently divorced and just needed a place to settle somewhere quiet. After signing the lease, I packed what little I had and moved in within the week. My first night in the house was uneventful, though I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The air was stale, carrying a faint scent of something I couldn't place. Something old like dust and burnt wood. The floorboards groaned under my weight as I explored. The house had quirks. That much was clear. The doors didn't close all the way unless you really pushed them, and the pipes made strange noises late at night. The upstairs hallway had a draft. Even though I couldn't find a single open window, my bedroom was at the end of the hall, overlooking the backyard. It was the only room that felt somewhat comfortable. I tried to sleep that first night, but I kept waking up, convinced I had heard something moving downstairs. Not footsteps. Exactly. More like the sound of furniture shifting slightly. Each time I got up to check, nothing was out of place. The next morning, I met my neighbor, Mrs. Connors. She was an older woman with sharp eyes and a cautious smile. She watched me from her porch as I brought in the last of my boxes. "You're living in that house?" she asked, her voice carrying an odd tone. "Yes, just moved in," I replied, wiping sweat from my forehead. She hesitated before speaking again. "You know, the last tenant left in a hurry. Middle of the night. Didn't even take all their things. Something about noises, bad dreams." I forced a laugh, trying to brush it off. Old houses make noises, probably just in their head. Mrs. Connors didn't laugh. She just nodded slowly and turned back toward her house. I tried to ignore her words, but they lingered in my mind. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard something strange. It started as a faint tapping sound, rhythmic and deliberate. It was coming from the ceiling just above my bed. I told myself it was the house settling. But then, just as I started to drift off, I heard something else. A whisper, a soft, almost inaudible breath of sound, right next to my ear. I shot up, heart pounding, but the room was empty. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right with this house. and I was about to find out why. I woke up exhausted. Even though I had finally fallen asleep sometime before dawn, it hadn't been restful. My dreams were strange, disjointed. Shadows moving along the walls, whispers in the dark. When my alarm blared at 7 a.m., I jolted upright, drenched in sweat. I tried to shake it off as I went about my morning routine. Coffee, a shower, checking my phone, anything to make things feel normal. But the unease from the night before clung to me. The house was quiet now, but something still felt off. It was like the walls held a breath, waiting. I went downstairs to unpack more boxes. The living room was large but sparse, filled only with the second-hand furniture I had bought before moving in. The floors creaked beneath my feet as I walked through the house, but I was getting used to that sound. Then I noticed something strange. The chair in the corner, the old wooden one I had placed by the window, was turned slightly, as if someone had been sitting there, facing the room. I knew I hadn't moved it. I told myself I must have bumped it earlier, but the uneasy feeling in my stomach didn't go away. I decided to get out of the house for a while, maybe clear my head. I took a walk through the neighborhood, passing quiet streets lined with bare trees. The air was cold, with a sharp bite that stung my lungs. As I walked past Mrs. Connor's house, I saw her watching me again from her porch, the same wary expression on her face. "Did you sleep all right?" she called out. I hesitated, then forced a smile. "Yeah, just fine." She didn't look convinced. "You should be careful in that house," she said. "Strange things happen there." I sighed. "Like what?" She studied me for a moment, then lowered her voice. "Years ago, a man lived there alone. A quiet man, kept to himself. People say he was into things. Rituals, the occult." A chill ran down my spine. "What happened to him?" Mrs. Connors shook her head. "One night he started screaming. Neighbors heard it clear as day. When they finally went inside, the house was empty. No sign of him, like he had just vanished." I swallowed hard. "That's just a story, right?" She shrugged. "Believe what you want, but you're not the first person to hear things in that house." I walked away, trying to brush it off, but her words gnawed at me. That night, I made sure every light was on before going to bed, but it didn't help. At exactly 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of footsteps. Slow, deliberate, coming from a hallway outside my bedroom. I held my breath, frozen. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. Then the doorknob turned. I shot up, reaching for my phone, my heart hammering against my ribs. I barely breathed as I stared at the door, waiting. The knob stopped moving. Silence. Minutes passed. I couldn't tell if I was imagining it or if something was really there. Then, from the other side of the door, a single whispered word. "Leave." My blood ran cold. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. And by morning, I knew I had to find out what really happened in this house. I didn't leave my bedroom until the sun was fully up. Even then, I hesitated, listening for any sound beyond my door. The memory of that whisper, low, breathy, and unmistakably real, still sent chills down my spine. When I finally stepped into the hallway, it was empty, no sign that anything had been there. I tried to tell myself I had imagined it. Maybe it was a dream, half-awake hallucinations. But deep down, I knew better. I spent the morning going through the house, looking for anything that might explain what was happening. The place felt normal in the daylight, almost boring. The creaky wooden floors, the old walls, the smell of dust, and something faintly metallic. But then, in the far corner of the living room, something caught my eye. A small door. I hadn't noticed it before. It blended too well into the wood-paneled wall. No knob, just a thin groove outlining its shape. I ran my fingers along the edges, pressing lightly. The door gave a soft creak as it popped open. Behind it, a narrow staircase led down into darkness. I stared at it, my stomach twisting. I had assumed the house didn't have a basement. The listing never mentioned one. And yet, here it was, a hidden passage leading underground. I should have closed the door right then and walked away. But I didn't. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight, stepping carefully onto the first stair. The air was thick and damp, carrying a scent like old wood and something rotting. As I descended, the temperature dropped sharply. My breath came out in faint white puffs. The stairs creaked under my weight, the sound swallowed by the thick, oppressive silence. At the bottom, the space opened into a small, low-ceilinged basement. The walls were made of stone, dark with moisture. A single bare bulb hung from the ceiling, its chain swaying slightly as if recently disturbed. And in the far corner, there was a chair, an old wooden chair, facing the wall. My pulse pounded as I stepped closer. Scratched into the stone above the chair were deep, jagged carvings, symbols I didn't recognize. Circles, lines, strange shapes that seemed to twist if I looked at them too long. My flashlight flickered as I ran my fingers over them. Then I noticed something on the floor, a book. Its cover was cracked leather, brittle to the touch. The pages inside were yellowed and covered in more of those strange symbols, mixed with handwritten notes. One line stood out, scrawled hastily in the margins. He watches from the dark. He waits in the walls. I heard a sound behind me, a slow, deliberate breath. I spun around, flashlight shaking in my grip. No one was there, but the chair was no longer facing the wall. It was facing me. I ran, up the stairs, through the living room, slamming the hidden door shut behind me. I stood there, panting, my hands shaking violently. I didn't know what I had just found, but I knew one thing for certain. I wasn't alone in this house. I sat on the couch for hours, gripping a mug of coffee that had long gone cold. My hand still trembled from what I'd seen in the basement. The book, the symbols, the chair that had moved on its own. I needed to leave, but I didn't. Something kept me here, some twisted need to understand what was happening. I couldn't explain it, but it was like the house itself didn't want to let me go. By the time the sun set, I had convinced myself that exhaustion was playing tricks on me. Maybe the chair had already been turned, and I just didn't remember. Maybe the symbols were meaningless. Maybe I was overreacting. At least, that's what I told myself. But then, the noises started again. It was around midnight when I first heard it, a faint tapping sound coming from the walls. Tap, tap, tap. At first, I thought it was the pipes. Old houses made weird noises, right? But then the tapping changed, became more deliberate, more like knocking. Tap, tap, tap. The sound moved, traveling from one wall to the next, slow and rhythmic, as if something was feeling its way through the house. I grabbed my phone, trying to record it, but the moment I hit record, the knocking stopped. I sat in silence, ears straining. Then, creak, a floorboard groaned from the hallway. Someone was out there. I swallowed hard and forced myself to stand. My heart pounded as I reached for the doorknob. Every instinct screamed at me to stay put, but I had to see. I opened the door just an inch. The hallway was dark, nothing but shadows stretching across the floor. But then, from the corner of my eye, I saw it. A figure, standing at the end of the hall. Tall, motionless, no features, just a shape in the dark. I slammed the door shut and locked it. My breathing was ragged, my pulse hammering in my throat. I pressed my ear to the door, listening. Silence. Then, whispering. Not words, just a low, shivering sound, like breath against my skin. I backed away, gripping my phone like a lifeline. I want to call someone, anyone, but what would I even say? Then I remembered the book. It was still in the basement. If I wanted answers, I had to go back down there. I didn't sleep that night, but when the sun finally rose, I made a decision. I was going to find out who or what was in this house, and I was going back into the basement. The basement door loomed in front of me, a thin sliver of darkness visible through the small gap at the bottom. I hadn't opened it since yesterday. I told myself I wouldn't, but I had to. I grabbed a flashlight and a crowbar from the toolbox. I hadn't even unpacked yet. My hands were clammy, my grip tight. With a deep breath, I pulled the door open. The air that hit me was colder than before, thick with that same damp, rotting scent. The stairs creaked under my weight as I descended. Flashlight beam trembling as I swept it across the stone walls. The chair was still there, still facing me. But something was different. The book, it was gone. I felt my chest tighten. It had been right there on the floor, untouched for who knew how long. Now it had vanished. I scanned the room, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The shadows stretched strangely across the walls, like they were too long, too alive. And then I saw it, a new carving, deep into the stone wall, beneath the symbols. Something had been etched overnight. The lines were jagged, rough, as if done in a hurry. For words, "Don't look at him." My skin prickled, my legs locked in place. Ooh! I turned fast, flashing the light over every corner of the room. There was nothing, no one, but I felt it, asterisk, asterisk, felt asterisk, asterisk, something watching me. A breath of cold air slid down my neck. I bolted. I took the stairs 2 at a time, nearly tripping in my panic. As I reached the top, I slammed the door shut and locked it, my chest heaving. And then, bang! Something struck the basement door from the other side. I stumbled back, my pulse hammering. Bang! The whole door shuddered in its frame. I turned and ran, grabbing my keys from the counter, fumbling with the lock on the front door. I had to get out. I didn't care where. I needed to be anywhere, but here. The moment I stepped outside, the air felt lighter. The sun was shining. Birds chirped. The world didn't seem to know that something was wrong inside that house. I walked fast, nearly jogging down the sidewalk. I needed to talk to someone, anyone, and I knew exactly where to go. Mrs. Holloway. She had lived next door for years. If anyone knew the truth about this place, it was her. I reached her front porch and knocked, still shaking. A few seconds later, she opened the door, her warm eyes narrowing in concern. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said. I swallowed hard. "Mrs. Holloway, what happened in that house before I moved in?" Her expression changed. She looked past me, toward my home, her lips pressing into a thin line. Then she sighed and opened the door wider. "Come inside," she said. "We need to talk." Mrs. Holloway's house smelled like cinnamon and old books. The warm light from her living room was a stark contrast to the cold dread still clinging to my skin. She led me to a floral-patterned couch and sat across from me, hands folded neatly in her lap. "You want to know about that house," she said, her voice softer now. I nodded, still trying to catch my breath. She sighed, glancing toward her window as if making sure no one was watching. Then she leaned forward. "I wasn't here when it was built, but I've lived next door long enough to know that place isn't right." My stomach twisted. "What do you mean?" She hesitated, then continued, voice lower now. "The original owner, Peter Calloway, built it himself back in the 1940s. People said he was strange, kept to himself. He was obsessed with things he shouldn't have been. Rituals, symbols, books about summoning spirits. No one ever saw him with family or friends. He was always alone." A chill crawled up my spine. "What happened to him?" Mrs. Holloway sighed, her eyes darkening. "No one knows for sure. One night, the neighbors heard screaming, awful screaming. When they finally got inside, the house was empty. No sign of Calloway, no sign of a struggle, just gone. But the strange part was what they did find in the basement." I stiffened. She gave me a long, knowing look. Symbols, carvings in stone, a chair in the center of the room, facing a wall. And on that wall, she paused, wetting her lips, for words, scratched into stone. I felt my throat tighten. "Don't look at him." My hands clenched into fists. "But that's not all," she continued. "Other people tried living there over the years. No one stayed long. Some ran out in the middle of the night, babbling about things moving in the dark, whispers in the walls. One man was found wandering the street, barefoot in pajamas, too shaken to say what he saw. My mind raced. The book, the footsteps, the whispering, and that thing in the hallway last night." Mrs. Holloway leaned closer, her expression grim. "Listen to me, dear. Whatever Calloway did in that house, he invited something in. and it never left. A heavy silence settled between us. I swallowed hard. What do I do? Her lips pressed together, her gaze unreadable. I don't know if there's anything you can do, she admitted. But if I were you, I'd leave. Now. I wanted to. I should have. But deep down, I knew I wouldn't. Because whatever was in that house, it wasn't finished with me yet. And I wasn't finished with it. Mrs. Holloway's house felt like a safe haven the moment I stepped inside. The air was warm, scented with cinnamon and something floral. A soft lamp in a corner cast a gentle glow over the living room, making everything feel softer, less harsh than reality I had just escaped. But beneath that warmth, I could see something in her eyes, asterisk, asterisk, concern, asterisk, asterisk. She motioned for me to sit on the floral patterned couch, and I did, my legs feeling like they could barely support me. I still felt the weight of the basement air clinging to me, the cold breath that had trailed down my neck, the overwhelming sense of something watching. She sat across from me in a wooden rocking chair, her hands folded neatly in her lap. She studied me for a long moment before she finally spoke. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she murmured. I licked my dry lips, still trying to steady my breathing. "Mrs. Holloway," my voice came out hoarse, weak. "What happened in that house before I moved in?" Her expression didn't change, but something in her posture shifted, like she had been expecting this question for a long time. She let out a long breath and glanced toward her window, as if checking for something or someone outside. Then, slowly, she leaned forward. "I wasn't here when it was first built," she said softly, "but I've lived next door long enough to know that house isn't right." A cold shiver ran through me. I waited, afraid of what she was going to say next. The man who built that house, Peter Calloway, wasn't like the other folks in this town. People said he was strange, kept to himself, never married, never had children, never had friends over. But that wasn't what made people uneasy. She paused, choosing her next words carefully. They said he was obsessed with things he shouldn't have been. Rituals, symbols, the occult. The moment she said it, my stomach dropped. "Are you saying he practiced witchcraft?" I asked hesitantly. She gave a slight shake of her head. "Not witchcraft. Something older, darker." The room felt colder all of a sudden. I shifted on the couch, my fingers digging into my jeans. "What happened to him?" Mrs. Holloway exhaled through her nose. "No one knows for sure. One night, the neighbors heard screaming, awful, inhuman screaming. When they finally got inside, the house was empty. Not a single trace of Peter Calloway. It was like he had vanished into thin air. A lump formed in my throat. But the strange part was what they found in the basement. My body locked up. She gave me a long, knowing look, like she could already guess what I had seen. There were symbols carved into the stone walls, deep jagged markings. A single chair sat in the center of the room, facing a blank wall, and on that wall, something was scratched into stone. I didn't want to ask. I already knew the answer, but I asked anyway. "What did it say?" Her lips parted slightly before she whispered, "Asterisk, asterisk, don't look at him. Asterisk, asterisk." A wave of nausea hit me. I shot to my feet, pacing toward the window. I pressed a hand to my forehead, willing myself to breathe. It didn't make sense. None of this made sense. I had seen those words myself, freshly carved, like they had just been put there. I turned back to Mrs. Holloway, my voice shaky. "You said other people lived there after him." She nodded slowly. I hesitated before asking, "What happened to them?" Her eyes darkened. None of them stayed long. She picked up a teacup from the side table, but she didn't drink. She only stared into it, lost in thought. The first tenant was a woman named Helen Grayson. She lasted a month before she packed up and left in the middle of the night. Never came back for her things. When people asked why, all she would say was that she heard whispering. I swallowed hard. The second was a man named Charles Denton, a schoolteacher. He lasted 2 weeks. One night, someone found him wandering the street in his pajamas, barefoot, shaking, mumbling about eyes watching him from the dark. The hair on my arm stood on end. Then her expression turned grim. The last tenant before he was a young couple. They didn't believe in ghosts or curses. Thought the stories were just small-town gossip. I waited, my pulse hammering. Mrs. Holloway's gaze met mine. They were gone after 3 nights. They left their door wide open, ran straight to the sheriff's office. The girl was crying. The boy, he just kept repeating something over and over. I felt sick. What did he say? I whispered. She hesitated, then spoke so softly I almost didn't hear it. Asterisk, asterisk, don't look at him. Asterisk, asterisk. I shuddered. The room felt unbearably small, like something unseen was listening. I exhaled shakily and ran a hand through my hair. So what am I supposed to do? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Mrs. Holloway didn't answer right away. Then finally she said, I don't know if there's anything you can do. The words landed like a punch to the gut. But if I were you, she added, I'd leave now. I wanted to. I should have. But deep down, I knew I wouldn't. Because whatever was in that house, it wasn't finished with me yet. And I wasn't finished with it. I barely slept that night. Mrs. Holloway's words clung to me, wrapping around my thoughts like barbed wire. None of them stayed long. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, listening to every creak, every shift in the house. The wind howled outside, rattling the old windows, but inside it was too quiet, like the house was holding its breath, waiting. I tried to convince myself that everything had a logical explanation, that the noises were just the house settling, that the carvings in the basement were just old leftovers from a deranged man with too much time on his hands. But deep down, I didn't believe it. And that night, I stopped trying to. Because at exactly 3:12 a.m., I heard footsteps. Not the soft, distant kind. These were slow, deliberate, close, asterisk, asterisk, coming from inside my room. My breath caught in my throat. My heart slammed against my ribs. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. The footsteps stopped right next to my bed. I could feel it. The presence. The air went ice cold. The kind of chill that sank into your bones, that made your breath miss in the darkness. I clenched my hands into fists, trying to control the tremors in my body. Asterisk is not real. It's not real. Asterisk. And then I felt it. The mattress shifted, like something had just sat down on the edge of my bed. A strangled noise almost escaped my throat, but I forced it down. My entire body locked up. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I knew without a doubt that if I turned my head, if I looked, I would see something I was never meant to see. Something that would break me. The silence stretched, thick and suffocating. And then, the bed sheets pulled tight against my legs, like someone was tugging on them. I choked back a whimper, my pulse hammering so hard I thought I'd pass out. Asterisk, don't look. Don't look. Asterisk. The air shifted. I felt movement, a disturbance in the dark. And then a breath, not mine, a cold, rattling exhale right against my ear. A whisper, so soft, so quiet. Asterisk, asterisk. I see you. The scream tore out of me before I could stop it. I lunged out of bed, stumbling backward so fast I nearly crashed into the dresser. My vision swam, my legs barely holding me up. I fumbled for the lamp, my hand shaking so violently it took 3 tries before I managed to turn it on. Light flooded the room. The space next to my bed, where I had felt something, was empty, but the bed sheets were still pulled tight, like someone had just been holding them. My chest heaved. My skin burned with cold sweat. I stared at the spot, my mind screaming at me to make sense of it. And then, a footprint, right there, pressed into the sheets. Large, deep, facing me. Asterisk, asterisk. Like someone had just stood up. A strangled sound rose in my throat. I grabbed my phone, not even thinking, and bolted for the hallway. I barely made it 2 steps before the door slammed shut in my face. Not just shut, asterisk, asterisk slammed. Asterisk, asterisk. So hard the walls trembled. The lamp flickered. The air grew heavier, denser, suffocating. And then, the scratching. That awful, slow scratching against the wood of the door, coming from the other side. I pressed my back against the wall, my breath coming in ragged gasps. It wasn't letting me leave. I squeezed my eyes shut, whispering under my breath, begging for this to end. And then, just as subtly as it had started, it stopped. The weight in the air lifted. The silence returned. I didn't move for what felt like hours. When I finally worked up the nerve to touch the door, it swung open effortlessly. The hallway was empty. The house was still, like nothing had ever happened. But I knew better. I stumbled to the front door, my fingers fumbling with the locks. I needed to get out now, but as I yanked the door open, a single thought cut through my terror. A realization, a mistake. I had screamed. I had reacted, and now it knew I was afraid. And that meant it wasn't going to stop. I didn't leave the house that night. Not because I didn't want to, but because something wouldn't let me. Every time I tried to open the front door, the handle wouldn't budge, like it was welded shut. I tried the windows next. Locked. Stuck. I even tried smashing the one in the kitchen with a chair. The glass didn't break. Not a crack. It was as if the house itself had decided. Asterisk, asterisk, I wasn't allowed to leave. Asterisk, asterisk. By the time the sun rose, I was curled up in the corner of the living room, clutching a fire poker like it would do anything against whatever was in here with me. My hands were shaking. My throat was dry. But the worst part? The footprint was still on my bed sheets. It hadn't faded, hadn't sunk back into the fabric. It was still there, like a stain, a mark, a warning. I wasn't alone. I tried to convince myself that I was just imagining things, that stress was making me see things that weren't there. But I knew that was a lie. I had felt it, heard it, and worst of all, I had reacted. Now, it knew I was afraid, and that meant it wasn't going to stop. Hashtag the basement. By noon, I knew I had two choices. One, keep pretending nothing was wrong and let this thing drive me insane. Two, find out what the hell it wanted. And I already knew where to start. The basement, the carvings on the walls, the smell of burnt wood, the overwhelming sense of being watched. Something had happened down there. Something bad. I grabbed my flashlight, swallowed my fear, and headed down. The second I stepped onto the basement stairs, the air changed. It was colder here, thicker. The smell of burnt wood hit me like a punch to the gut. Something had burned here, a long time ago. The deeper I went, the worse it got. The walls felt tighter. The darkness felt denser. And then I saw it, the carvings. Strange symbols, spiraling shapes, deep gouges cut into the cement walls. But now, I noticed something I hadn't before. Some of the carvings weren't just symbols. They were words, written in shaky, uneven letters. I stepped closer, shining my flashlight over them, and my stomach turned to ice. Don't listen. Don't speak to it. Don't let it in. My breath came short and shallow. I moved the light further down the wall, my pulse pounding. And then, I saw the last set of words, carved deeper than the rest. Almost like someone had done it in a panic. It wants to wear your skin. I stumbled back, my vision spinning. My hands trembled so badly, I almost dropped the flashlight. What the hell had I just found? A warning? Or a message from someone who had been here before me? And if that was the case, asterisk, asterisk, where were they now? Asterisk, asterisk. A sharp noise snapped me out of my thoughts. A shuffle, a whisper of movement. From behind me, I spun around, flashlight beam bouncing off the walls. Nothing, but the air was different now. Thicker, charged. And then I noticed something else. Something horribly wrong. The carvings had changed. The words, the warnings, they were gone, like they had never been there. Instead, fresh scratches had appeared in the cement. I lifted the flashlight slowly. The new words were carved just inches from my face. I see you. A breath hit the back of my neck. Cold, wet, too close. I didn't turn around. I ran. I sprinted up the basement stairs, my pulse pounding so hard it felt like my skull would split. The second I reached the top, I slammed the door shut behind me and locked it. Then, for good measure, I grabbed the heaviest chair I could find, and wedged it under the doorknob. It wasn't enough. I knew it wasn't enough, because the air had changed. Something had followed me up. I pressed my back against the kitchen counter, gripping the edge with white-knuckled hands, trying to control my breathing. Think. Asterisk, asterisk. The basement, the carvings, the warnings, they were all gone, like the house was erasing them, like it didn't want me to know. And that last message, asterisk, IT wants to wear your skin. Asterisk, a shudder crawled up my spine. I looked down at my arms, at the goosebumps rising across my skin, at the fine hairs standing on end. And then, knock, asterisk, asterisk. I nearly jumped out of my own body. The sound came from the basement door. Soft, gentle, like someone was just politely waiting to be let out. I swallowed. My throat was dry. Asterisk, no. No. Asterisk. I wasn't falling for this. I wasn't opening that door. The knocking came again, louder this time. I forced myself to step backward, inch by inch, until my back hit the far wall of the kitchen. My eyes stayed locked on the door. And then it spoke. You forgot something down here. A voice. My voice. Coming from the other side of the door. I froze. No, that wasn't possible. It wasn't real. I clenched my fist so tightly my nails dug into my palms, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps. The voice came again. You should come back down. We need to finish what we started. It was me, but not quite. There was something wrong with it. The way it stretched the vowels, the way it echoed slightly, like a recording being played through an old speaker. Something inside me screamed, asterisk, do not answer. Do not react, asterisk. The chair under the doorknob rattled. Something pushed against the door. Testing it. The air grew dense, thick with something I couldn't see but could feel. And then, scratch, slow, deliberate scraping against the wood. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my palms against my ears, trying to block it out. Then, just as suddenly, silence. I cracked my eyes open. The air felt still again, but I didn't trust it. I stayed frozen against the kitchen wall, heart hammering, waiting for something, anything, to happen. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw it, the hallway mirror. From where I stood, I had a perfect view, but my reflection, it wasn't standing still. My stomach twisted into a cold, hard knot. I wasn't moving, but my reflection was. It was staring straight at me, head tilted, expression unreadable. And then it smiled, not a normal smile. Something stretched too wide, too many teeth. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. The reflection took a step forward, toward the glass, toward me, and then the light bulb above me burst. Glass rained down, tiny shards cutting into my arms, my face. I flinched, covering my head. When I looked back at the mirror, the reflection was gone. I didn't move, not right away. I was afraid to. The mirror was empty now, just a lifeless sheet of glass reflecting the dim room behind me. But I knew what I had seen, and worse, asterisk, asterisk, I knew it had seen me. Asterisk, asterisk. My reflection had moved. It had smiled, and now it was gone. A sick feeling settled in my stomach. It wasn't gone. It was somewhere else. The house felt too quiet, the air too still, like the very walls were holding their breath. My pulse pounded in my ears. I needed to move. I needed to get out of here. I took one slow step toward the front door, then another. I reached for the knob. It turned. I didn't turn it. I hadn't even touched it yet. It just twisted on its own, like someone was about to open it from the other side. I stumbled back. The door creaked open just an inch, just enough for me to see the pitch-black hallway beyond. No lights, no street glow filtering through the windows, just darkness. A deep, endless black that shouldn't have been there. And then, from that darkness, a whisper, not in my ears, not in my head. Behind me, I turned. The hallway mirror was no longer empty. My reflection was back, but it wasn't me, not anymore. It stood there, facing me, But it wasn't copying my movements. It was just staring, waiting, and then it raised its hand, slowly, deliberately, and waved. A sick, twisting horror rooted me in place. And then it stepped forward, out of the mirror. My breath caught in my throat. The glass didn't break. It rippled, like water, like the mirror wasn't glass at all. I stumbled back as it stepped into my world. It was still wearing my face. Still had my body, my clothes, my height, but the smile was wrong. Too wide, too knowing, too hungry. It cocked its head. I felt it before I heard it. A voice. My voice. But not coming from its mouth. From all around me, echoing through the house. You don't belong here anymore. I opened my mouth to scream. The lights went out. Darkness swallowed me whole. The darkness was absolute. Thick. Suffocating. I couldn't even see my own hands in front of me. But I could hear it. Somewhere in the room. Breathing. Slow. Deep. Measured. Not panic like mine. Calm. Patient. Like it had all the time in the world. I swallowed hard. My pulse hammering in my throat. I forced myself to move. Just a step, careful, slow. The floor creaked beneath me. And that's when I heard it. A second creak. A step that wasn't mine. I froze. It was right in front of me. I didn't need to see it to know. I could feel it. The air between us had shifted, gone icy cold. A presence, so close I could almost taste it. Then right beside my ear, you shouldn't have come back. My own voice, a perfect replica, but empty, hollow, like a puppet trying to sound human. My entire body locked up, every instinct screaming run. I turned, stumbling through the darkness, hands outstretched. Something grabbed my wrist. Cold, too cold, like dead fingers curling around my skin. I yanked away with every ounce of strength I had and ran. I didn't know where I was going. Didn't care. I just needed to get away. The house groaned around me. The floor tilting like it was alive. Like it was trying to swallow me whole. I reached for the walls. For anything to steady myself. But the wallpaper beneath my fingers was wet. Pulsing. I recoiled. No. No, no, no. I kept running. Down the hall. Around the corner. Straight into a mirror. I slammed into the glass, my own reflection staring back at me. Only it wasn't moving. It wasn't breathing. Just standing there, grinning, waiting. I stepped back, and the mirror stepped forward. Through the glass, like it was nothing, like it wasn't even there. And now, standing right in front of me, it was me. But not. Its eyes were all wrong. Too dark. Too empty. And when it spoke, I didn't hear it with my ears. I heard it inside my head. You've been wearing this body long enough. A hand shot out, grabbed my throat. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move, couldn't. The walls around me shivered. The whole house exhaled. And then the world ripped apart. The world collapsed around me. Not physically. No walls caving in, no explosion of debris. But something deeper. Something inside me, like reality itself had been peeled back, revealing the thing underneath. I was no longer in the hallway. I wasn't anywhere. Just an endless, empty blackness stretching in all directions. No floor beneath my feet. No ceiling above. Just dark. And in front of me, the thing wearing my face. It stood in the nothingness, watching me. That same eerie, unnatural grin. The way its head tilted, just slightly, as if it were studying me. It raised a hand, and the moment it did, I felt my own hand rise. No control, no will. It was moving me like a puppet. My chest locked up in terror. Stop, I choked out. The thing laughed. Not loud, not harsh. Soft, like it was amused, like it had already won. You don't get to tell me what to do. The voice was mine. But the way it spoke was wrong, like it was trying to remember how to be human. The blackness around us shifted, and suddenly we were back in the house. But everything was off. The walls pulsed like they were alive. The floor sagged, too soft, like they were rotting from the inside. Shadows moved in the corners. Asterisk, asterisk. Even when nothing else was asterisk, asterisk. I staggered back, but there was nowhere to go, nowhere to run. The thing stepped closer. I tried to move. I couldn't. My legs locked in place, my arms stiff at my sides, like my body was no longer mine, like I was just watching, like I had become the reflection now. Panic clawed at my throat. I tried to scream. Nothing came out. The thing grinned wider. I felt it reach inside me, not physically, deeper. It was pushing me out of my own skin, out of my own mind. I fought. I screamed inside my head. I wouldn't let it take me. I wouldn't. And then I saw it. A mirror, not like the others. This one was wrong. It was cracked, distorted, and in its shattered surface, I saw myself, not my body. Me, my real self, trapped inside, a prisoner, while the thing in my body turned, smoothed my clothes, and smiled in satisfaction. I banged on the inside of the glass. No sound, no effect. It didn't even look back. It just walked away. And I knew it was going to live my life, walk out into the world, be me, and no one would ever know, no one would ever realize that I was still here, still screaming, still trapped. And then the last crack in the mirror sealed itself shut, and the world faded to black.